Yo, is that you, George?
I'm here.
Sweet. How you doing, man? Okay, so um, what I was saying was
That's me.
perfect. So you have in your soul cores, you have attacks with this weapon penetrate 30% elemental resistances. So the problem with that is chaos damage isn't part of elemental resistances. So, like for example, if uh, if this ring had plus all elemental resistances, that would only go towards my fire, my lightning, and my cold. So when you have something that says penetrates elemental resistances, so the damage only penetrates the fire resistance, their cold resistance, and their lightning resistance. It doesn't penetrate their chaos resistance. So yes, what you said there about the soul cores was you might want to try to find a different soul core for that because your attacks are mainly chaos damage with the poison. Um, I would maybe.
Correct.
I'm guessing it counts as a Marissa weapon or a martial weapon. Honestly, your better one would either be attack speed because your attacks, like your poison things, are attacks, right? They're not like spells or anything. So either attack speed, which I think this is only 30 exalted, or 55 exalted, which isn't too bad. You can get those pretty commonly in
Yeet.
Trials of Chaos, though. But or you could, well, I mean, I guess your chance to poison is probably really high. This one increases your chance to poison, and then the Quipolato, that one increases your attack speed. But yeah, here I'll give you an example. So my chaos resistance is at 90 something there. I
More
can't really
attack
see
speed
that.
is gonna cause me trouble on mana.
More attack speed's gonna cause you
Mana
trouble on mana.
flask.
Okay. Um. Yeah. Mana's a rough one sometimes. I'm trying to find something that have all elemental. I don't think I have anything with all elemental. I don't. Um. Actually, isn't it in the description of that thing?
I use the fancy mana flask for the additional chaos damage.
You use the fancy mana flask for the additional chaos damage. The fancy. You mean you went you did you get yourself a unique mana flask? Is that what you're saying? How come there's no elemental?
Yeet.
Nice. I never even got one of those. So right here, in this description right here, resistances reduce damage taken of the corresponding damage type: fire, cold, lightning, or chaos. up to a maximum. Fire, cold, and lightning resistances are elemental resistances. So chaos resistance is not an elemental resistance. So even in your skill tree, um, you probably have some passives that you've selected to increase your elemental damage or whatever, but you might want to look at swapping them over to something that increases chaos damage. And you can bring up a search on the passive tree. So if I wanted all my nodes to have the word chaos, I put in the search chaos and then it shows up, right? So a little tip for you. This one right here, this chaos inoculation,
I do not
maximum
have
life.
any elemental damage on the skill tree.
Okay, that's good. That's
Only
good.
chaos.
Perfect. Perfect. This one right here, maximum life becomes 1, immune to chaos damage. You might think that having 1 health is really bad, right? But in
I have
reality,
that one too.
you have this one? Because in reality, like, then you won't have to worry about putting chaos resistance on anything in your loadout, okay? And then, on top of that, no other damage can go through your energy shield to your health bar but chaos damage, right? So, like, as long as you have a decent amount of energy shield, then you'd never have to worry about losing that 1 health. You know what I mean? Another thing I was trying to show you yesterday was you get these from killing the final boss in the Trial of Sakamas, and the price keeps fluctuating
I do
between.
not have that much energy shield.
You don't have that much energy shield? Yeah, I'm not. I don't really. I don't have energy shield at all. I use my mana. I don't recommend that you do that though, because you said that you're already having a hard time with mana. The only problem with your archer class is that the skill tree comes out like this bottom part, doesn't it? With this eagle eye and combat alchemy, all this shit. So you come out this way. There's not a lot of mana nodes over
Yes.
here. So the reason I have so much mana is because there's so many mana nodes over here. Like mana regen, maximum mana. I have reduced cost of skills and spells. And then I go over here and I do all damage is taken from mana before life, but with 50% less mana recovery rate. And then I have this one here where it converts all energy shield to mana. So really I have 6,000 mana, but I technically have 6,000 energy shield. But then I keep up with it, like having the mana regen, like I can still cast my spells, and my mana regen still refills my mana in time for when damage comes in. So, for the maps, right? Let's see if I can glitch this out. I've done a lot of maps, okay? Like I've traveled to the lands in between and back doing maps. So this is just all this section down here. And then it came from up over this direction somewhere. Came from right here. I went up and down and to the side and around.
Okay, idea now. I can take some nodes for mono regen, but is it possible to remove the soul cores from the weapon and add new ones?
You can't remove them, but you can replace them. So, So, something like this. Okay. So it's got a thing in it. And then you would just take your new soul core. Where the fuck am I? Yeah. Wow, it was on the same page. And you just hover over the same spot and click it. And it's going to say replace mind rune with body rune. Yes. And then you replace it. You don't get to take them back out, though, to, like, sell them. I'm happy with it. Mainly because before you wouldn't be able to... Like, when the game first came out, like this game, you weren't allowed to replace them. And then, like,
Okay,
a
how
lot
much
of
they
people were
cost the
upset.
runes with the attack speed?
55 exalted. Here, you can put 2 in there, right? Is this the attack speed? Attack speed, they're 29. So, well, 55. 2 of them. Oh yeah, get it right here. Oh. 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 Okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Is done.
I mean, that 10%, you might think it's going to attack your mana a lot, but 10% isn't really all that much. I guess I should have recommended to you to look into your, because it's hard to explain. Your damage is more damage over time, right? Like, so having attack speed is just allowing you to apply your
My God,
poison
you saved my
faster.
life.
If you open up your
Yes,
skills,
indeed.
yes, indeed. So if you open up your skills, it says your damage per second in the top right of your skills. A good way to see, oh, a good way to see if something is actually helping you a lot or not is to have your skill menu open, and then have the item in your inventory that you want to put on, and then just keep picking it up and putting it down, and look at the difference of the numbers and see if you're okay with it. You know what I mean? Like this one ring right here, because it has the 25% increased lightning damage. So my greater lightning bolt is sitting at 510,000 right now. And then if I pick it up, it goes all the way down. I lose 115,000 damage just from one ring. Right? So you always kind of just keep that in mind when you're getting new gear and stuff. Just open up your skills and play around. Like, just like set stuff in, take it out, whatever, and see if it benefits your
Yes, I
skills.
damage per second 500k poison.
Nice, that's awesome. I usually run these trials of Sakamas. So basically, in this trials of Sakamas, you can find these little guys, and if they have 20% increased
I
quantity of
cannot do
relic,
it with only 4k energy shield.
what can't you do? This? The trials of Sakamas?
trials.
Yeah, you just try not to get hit. Your honor comes out to be whatever your defenses are, right? So it would be your 4,000 energy shield, and then it would be um, your health, and I'm not sure if your mana would contribute to it. I don't think it would. It's a little easier for me in here because I don't need to be like close to the enemies, and my shit kind of just sprays around the whole map. But you can get relics that have honor resistance on it. Before I moved to doing quantity of relics, I had bosses
Myself
take
is other
increased
way
damage.
around. I have to be close.
You have to be close. Because I was able to do this with my monk character. And when you get movement speed in your relics, it helps a lot too. I really want to get that Temporalis though. I've been kind of like saving up my divine to buy it. But it's just so hard not to spend divine. Like I don't know. I get bored of doing this, and then like I'll go and try my luck with some essences or something, you know. And when I say try my luck with essences, so you can take
What is Temporalis?
the Temporalis is a body armor that drops from the final boss in the Trials of Kama. But you have to get this thing called the Last Flame Incense Relic. So, you know that orange relic I just showed you before I came in here? That one's called the Desperate Alliance Vase Relic or something. So the unique relics that the
Yes.
final boss drops in this, they guarantee specific items from him. So like that Desperate Alliance Vase Relic, that one guarantees this diamond that he drops. Like a diamond, a jewel that goes in your atlas. So that's how you get the Temporalis body armor, is through that guy, but you need to have the Last Flame Incense Relic, which only one drops every like fucking 30 years, it feels like. So I've only found 2. So you take that Last Flame Incense Relic and you put it into the podium at the beginning of the Trial of Sakamas, and then it'll guarantee that the boss drops the Temporalis body armor.
My good sir, I have only 2 weeks in this game. I have to ask because I don't have no knowledge.
No, you're good, man. I mean, if you don't ask, you don't know, right? I'd rather have people ask questions on how to do something or questions about information about something rather than just blindly going in. Because, like, for example, if I never told you about the incense relic from the final boss in this Trial of Sakamas, say, I don't know, a week from now you go and run the Trial of Sakamas, and then he drops the incense relic and you probably think it's nothing and just walk. You know, just leave it on the ground and keep walking through. When in reality, that incense relic is worth 300 divine, so.
Face blue smiling.
Plus, like, I had a lot of questions when I first started playing, and I just kind of had to figure it all out myself. I mean, I had a couple other people that were coming in the stream and hanging out, but they stopped playing the game.
Holy goddamn.
I know, 300 divine for one incense relic is insane. You also might want to get into looking at what your support gems do for your skills. So, for example, when I'm running mobs, I use acceleration instead of lightning exposure, and I use fork instead of overcharge. So for mobs, I have 40% projectile speed, and when projectiles hit an enemy, they fork. They turn in a couple more projectiles and keep going. So this is better for when I have multiple enemies. But when I'm fighting a boss, I always stop and try to put my support gems on for bosses, because this overcharge one increases magnitudes of shocks. So when you apply shock to something, they take that much more damage. So like if I apply 20% shock, he's going to take 20% more damage. So 75% boost on that 20% of shock. Plus I think I have a couple nodes that increases magnitude of shock. And then I have lightning exposure for 8 seconds on shocking an enemy. So when I shoot my shock at a boss, he takes the initial shock infliction. Okay? So shock is an ailment that causes targets to take 20% increased damage and lasts 4 seconds by default. So 20% plus my 75% magnitude. And then lightning exposure also makes him take more lightning damage. Exposure is a type of debuff that lowers the affected enemy's resistance to the corresponding damage type. By default, it inflicts negative 20% to the specified resistance and lasts for 4 seconds. So, when I shoot my spark at any boss, he's automatically taking like 50% more damage. Your support gems is what makes your skills, by the way. And then, I don't know if you knew this, but all the skills listed in a skill gem for a skill are not all the skills that you can put on it. I know that doesn't make sense, but I'm going to make it make sense right now. So, for example, my greater, actually we'll go with power siphon. So, when you open up your skill gem for that skill, it only shows the 2 recommended ones that it's saying that it wants you to have on that skill. But if you push, I don't know what you're on. I don't know if you're on Xbox or computer, and you can't really see it at the bottom of the screen. I don't know what it looks like on the stream, but mine says square to show all. So if I
That's
push,
correct.
yeah, so if I push square, it shows me all the support gems that I can actually put on the power siphon. So like what you're seeing when you first open that up is not all the skills that you can put into that. Those are just the recommended. Okay? Not a lot of people figure that out right away. Because I know you 100% have some good ones in here with your poison. Like right here, poison from supported skills also adds 200% of damage per second to the enemy as plague, up to a maximum of 10% of the enemy's maximum health. So like if you put that on one of your poison skills, it would deal your poison damage plus 200% of your poison damage as plague damage. And same with these, targets can be affected by +1 poisons from supported skills at the same time. So like you can poison him with one skill and then poison him with another skill, and he's gonna take the damage from both poisons at the same time, rather than only being one poison. Does that kind of make sense? You could even go with this. Poison applied by supported skills also breaks armor equal to 80% of the poison damage dealt. When you break the armor, they take more physical damage. Okay? And then there's another skill that you would put in the same one where right here, supported skills consume enemies' fully broken armor to deal 50% more damage. So like your like your poison skill would cast onto the guy, it would break his armor, and then the same skill would take the broken armor and add 50% more damage to your poison. So support skills 100% is something to look into.
Do
To
enemies
boost.
has armor?
Majority of enemies have armor, yes. They will have a symbol above their head. Here, let me go back to that support gem. And, oh no, it's not here. I wouldn't be able to show that to you there. What would I show you that with? Maybe this?
Vulnerability is a curse that reduces enemy armor. Use it on tough monsters that have this symbol. Armor is a stat that reduces incoming physical damage.
Did you catch that?
Vulnerability is a curse that reduces enemy armor. Use it on tough monsters that have this symbol. Armor is a stat that reduces incoming physical damage.
That icon, okay.
Okay. Most bosses have that. You'll find that the bigger enemies have that. But it's definitely, I mean, like, if you walk into a boss fight, right? And say you have those two skills on there. You hit that boss, you break his armor, and then hit him again. You're going to deal 50% more damage with his broken armor, right? More of, so, I know you're thinking, and it just crossed my mind. Your skills don't deal physical damage. I mean, they probably do. They probably deal, like,
Let
very
me finish
minimum.
my map and I will chill into your live stream.
Yeah, for sure, man. No problem. You can come and go whenever you want. So I know that your chaos damage is damage over time, and doesn't deal physical damage, but that support gem is gonna help you overall damage, not just physical damage, right? So if you get 50% increased damage, that's 50% increased damage over time. I just figured it would be easier to have you come into the stream and explain it to you because honestly, man, trying to open up the The chat in this with the PlayStation controller and the keyboard drives me nuts. Ah, I still got my boss skill gems on. Oh no. Okay, that was weird. No, because what it was, look. So if I go, turn off. Can I turn off party? No, I can't turn off party. I would type out a message. Where is it? Right here.
I do not recall which gems for the poison it was for breaking armor.
Okay. You just have to give me a minute. I have to get to my stash at the end of the floor, but I can show you again. You can do the search thing. What I was trying to say was shit like this with the keyboard and the chat. So if I forget to click your name and click whisper, and I just type out my message, it tries to send it to the first word of my sentence. So I said, yeah, I gave up on levels a while back. I'm forever level 94. And it sent it to a character named Yeah. But Yeah isn't online. So it sucks because it does that. And then I have to type out the whole message again. And it takes fucking 5 years with this keyboard. This great, great keyboard. Do I have that skill gem still? No, I don't. If you... So, open up your menu. And then open up the skill.
Vulnerability is a curse.
I don't know what button it is for you.
Use it.
But there's a search button on the bottom right there. It says to push a button to edit search. So if I push in my left joystick, I can edit search. And then on your skill gem there, just type in armor, search armor, and then it'll show you everything with the thing of armor. That search bar actually works for everything, by the way. It'll work for your stash. It'll work for your atlas tree. Another tip for you, whatever support gems you're swapping out with those two, make sure you keep them in your inventory, right? Go and run like a lower level map. You know, kill a couple enemies with the new support gems, and then put on the old ones, and then kill a couple enemies, and then keep going back and forth and see what feels more better for you. Rather than just jumping to change, sometimes it isn't always good. You know what I mean? Like, there's just been countless times where I've seen a lot of people in the global chat where they would see another build online and then they'd spend all their gold coins respecking the whole Atlas
I
tree.
added corrosion to my main damage source.
Nice. Okay, I think that corrosion one adds the increased magnitude of poison. There is magnitudes of poisons in the support gems, I'm pretty sure. There's also, I'm pretty sure, actually, they might even be on your side of the skill tree. I'm pretty sure that there's skills in the Atlas that do increase magnitude of poison. So because you're poison, you're gonna kind of want to look for magnitude of ailments inflicted or magnitude of damaging ailments. Because your poison is all about magnitude. And then there's also, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of those jewels that make damage over time, like damage ticks act faster. Meaning, like, I don't know, if you damage, like, just by example, say your damage hits every 1 second, then the jewel might be able to make it so that the poison damage hits every 0.67 seconds or something. You know what I mean? Like minus a third of a percent. I wish I could fight these guys and then fight them again to show you the difference with the support gem. So I'm gonna leave my mob gems on. So like, it killed them fast, but it didn't kill them like fast. They should have just died in 2 seconds right there. I just picked up this bow. I'm gonna see what it is. I think it's the one you're using, no? Or yours is a crude. Yeah, physical damage. Not something you want. That's weird. Did I just hit the fucking loot button? No, impossible. I'm over it. So I was watching some TikTok yesterday, and a guy was saying that they're gonna change the way that the towers work in the maps. So apparently they're gonna make it so that, where's my atlas? So yesterday when I was playing with you, uh, we did this one, this Steaming Springs one, and we did, I think, this Creek one. So, okay, you're gonna wanna find spots on your map that have towers like this. And honestly though, next week it's all gonna change because apparently they're only gonna have a third of the amount of towers in the Atlas map. but they're gonna work a lot differently, so you're gonna be a little bit more happier with them. Um, you want to find areas like this that have a whole bunch of towers side by side and really close, because then you can like multiply the stats that you want to put on it, right? So, for example, like I can't show you these ones because I already completed them. This, where is it?
I remember yesterday collecting me from the floor, full moon
Collect.
face.
That's funny. So, these three maps right here, 1, 2, 3, okay? It's kind of hard to see it, but this one specifically, this Blooming Field one, I could touch it with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 towers. I put 20% quantity of items on. And this Blooming Field map, I shit you not, it had like 120 something percent, because one of them it wasn't 20%, it was like 16% or something. But it had like 120 something percent quantity of items found. I went into the map with a map that had like, I think 17% quantity of items found. But overall, after all my buffs and boosts, like from the passive tree of the Atlas, because the Atlas has a passive tree, and you can get stuff like, where is it? Right here, corrupted waystones are corrupted an additional time when used to traverse a map. So like I used a corrupted map that had quantity of items, and I think it corrupted it and gave it more quantity, because I had like almost 400% quantity of items found. The screen was just filled with loot, even though I had a loot filter on. So the ones we did yesterday had some quantity on them, not as much as the ones I was just speaking of. But where is it? You can get boosters like these. Areas with map bosses contain 2 additional essences. So these ones had like 4 additional essences. So it was just crazy. I loved setting it all up and completing it all. I kind of wish this tower wasn't bugged out though. This tower is broken and it won't let me complete it. I completed both the maps that are touching it. There's just one map touching it I completed, and it won't let me go complete this tower. If I was able to complete this tower, then those maps I was just telling you about would have been insane. So, next week, they're gonna make it so that the maps only generate a third of the amount of towers, but with the towers, you're gonna be allowed to put 3 tablets in them. So I was able to put 1 tablet in each thing with 20% quantity on each one. You're going to be able to put 3 tablets in 1 tower. So that'd be like 60%
My
increased
God.
quantity of items from 1 tower. You definitely want to work on finding a cluster of towers and buffing them the way you want them, whether it be rarity or quantity. A lot of people say quantity is better than rarity though, because I don't know, man. It's hard to explain. Like, I've run tier 16 maps with like 120% increased rarity items found and not found a single premium item. And when I say premium, I mean like a fucking divine orb or a chaos orb. Those are kind of premiums. Exalted net, or they pop up everywhere. And then I'll go and run a tier 3 map with no rarity items found and quantity, and I find 2 divine orbs. So I don't think rarity works the way people think it's supposed to work. Like, rarity is different in this game. You know what? I'm actually starting to think that rarity is more of along the lines of the stats on an item. So, like if I have 0 rarity and I pick this up, is it gonna have lower stats than this one if I pick it up and I have like 200 rarity? You know what I mean?
After
I
you
think that's
helped
what
me
it
2
means.
days ago, I was making my way thought the map and I got 5 divines in 3 hours played.
Yeah, see? So, and those were probably all low level maps too.
With no rarity in the gear whatsoever.
Yeah. So it's definitely, I think rarity more of goes for the tiers of the stats on the items. Like if you have low rarity and you pick up an amulet, it's gonna have like 30 spirit added. If you have high rarity and you pick up the same amulet, maybe it'll have like 45 spirit added. I think that's how it works. I would recommend you, um, because you're just starting off with trying to get materials and currencies and stuff, you might want to like get into maps that have like breaches and shit. There's just so many items in the game, it's hard to... So you got the Semicrolum, you got the breach, and then you got the expeditions, and you got the rituals, okay? So, with breaches, you want to save up all your breach stones that you get from them, or breach shards, whatever they are, fragments, and you make a breach stone, and then you can go fight the breach boss. The Semicrolum comes from the Beryllium mirrors. You'll find Semicrolum shards, and you save them up till you make a Semicrolum, and then you go and fight the fucking Beryllium boss, which is more of like waves of enemies. It's not like a single boss. Then you have the expeditions, which you can get an expedition logbook from. And expedition logbooks level 79 to 82 can have a chance to contain a map boss in them, which is the Beryllium boss. Okay? And then you have the rituals, which in the rituals in the map, one of the rewards can be an audience with a king, and that would be the ritual boss. And the audience with the king, that guy drops that belt I gave you. So, that being said, you can farm the materials in the game to be able to go do those boss fights yourself, or you can farm the currency in the game to just buy those materials from people and then not have to worry about double farming. And when I say double farming, I mean you're gonna farm the materials to get to those boss fights, but you're also gonna be farming the currency at the same time, and if not after, if the boss doesn't drop something worth value, right? But if I just
I don't think so that I will be able to kill them by myself. I need more time.
well, no, you should. So the way it works is they're actually level 79 at first, I think. Not here. Oh yeah. So right here, this is the breach one. So the first time you go to do the breach boss fight, there's nothing here, right? Like you don't have any points. He's just level 79. And when you kill him, he's gonna drop a book. And that book gives you 2 passive points for this tree. So now, in order to go anywhere on the passive tree, it says +1 to Twisted Domain difficulty. So that means he's going to go from level 79 to level 80, or level 78 to level 80. I think they start at level 78, actually. So it's not actually as hard as you think. Actually, I can, and if you give me, like, in like 15, 20 minutes, I'll show you what I mean by that. Because I have 2 bleach stones. I'll take off all the plus levels on the bleach guy, and then I'll do it, and then I'll put all the levels on, and I'll show you the difference in the level. I'm pretty sure you might be able to do those.
I actually got the fragment for the breach.
One sec.
That looks like a tooth.
You got the fragment for the breach? It looks like a tooth. Yes.
Or claw.
This is what you'll get if you put 300 of the fragments together. And the fragments are these. Breach splinter. So if you get 300 of those, you'll get a breach stone. Okay? And then these, same thing. You get 300 of them, you get a semicolum. Which I don't think I have one. Yeah, I don't have one of those right now. This semicolum thing?
BRB.
Yeah, no problem. You're good.
Should you read this message, do not venture further. My eyes are as dry as the sands in these woods. My lips shriveling.
Fingers crossed for the relic.
Yeah. I've done like probably 100 of these things. I haven't gotten another one, so you put your fingers really tightly. That would be amazing though. I would go buy my temporalis. The reason it's so expensive though is because of the temporalis. And then the reason the temporalis is so expensive is because the relic makes it so that you only have one honor.
I shall aid you. Onwards. Always. Onwards. Use that
So basically, you have to do the whole run without getting hit once. And if you get hit once, it's gone. There goes 300 divine.
And how are you dealing with the traps?
You learn them. Like you're talking about like the fireballs
Pray
and
in
stuff?
front of them? Kappa.
Yeah, you're talking about like all those the things spinning, shooting the fireballs, and the straight lines of fireballs. You just learn them. You take your time. Be patient. There's no timer going through those. Don't spawn them up on the ledge. Thank you.
With one honor, no thank you.
With one honor. Yeah, but I mean, there's people. There's people that do it, right? They just get really good. They do this trial over and over and over until they learned it. There's only so many rooms. There's only so many layouts, right? Like, I've been through every single layout. There's an affliction where it takes away your mini map, and honestly, I'll choose it any day of the week because I don't depend on the mini map in here anymore. I just had nowhere to go. This room is always the same room every single time when you do an escape trial. The gauntlet, same room every single time. The only rooms that change are the hourglass and there's another one, the ritual. And then there's like, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of things you gotta take note of. Like I have a shield in my hand, so I already had base
Ask people in the global for the ascendancy, free divines.
No, I'm not like that. I can't do that. If I knew I was strong enough to carry people through it, I would just tell them I'll do it for free, but I have anxiety about letting people down, so I don't even bother. Just in case I lose, I'll feel like a bird. You should know that by now. I'm not in it for the profit. I'm just in it to play the game. I feel bad for those people that go and pay people divines just to get that fourth ascendancy because it's just, I don't know, it's crazy. It's in the game, man. Like, it's a lot easier to level up and go and do the trial yourself than it is to find a divine orb. And some of those people that go and pay for that, it's like your situation. Like, it's the first divine orb that they ever found, and here they are, some guy that's super over leveled and it only took him 10 minutes to go through the trial is gonna charge them a divine, the first divine. It just doesn't seem right. See now right here, cannot be damaged until you complete the next room. I could actually I bought that, and then anybody I would invite to this next trial wouldn't even get hurt.
This battle is our sacred.
My greater lightning bolt sitting at 765,000 with all the buffs from the trials. No. Tabasio.
Use that wall.
So, once you get here, there can be a chest that spawns very rarely, and it is a gold
Try it
spectrum.
again.
Try it again. A gold spectrum chest, and it'll have one of these in it, but it'll be unique, and it'll be a spectrum jewel, and some people pay good amounts for the right jewel. So, and it's all garbage in here. I want that one. I had. Okay, look, I'll show you. Do I have any chance? No. Put this in there. Okay. I went and bought a full inventory of these things, and it filled up this whole screen of empty spaces. Plus, I had like, I think 2 full rows in here. So minus all that, I've done a good 30 to 40 of them since I've bought the full inventory, and I haven't gotten one incense. You in the Trials of Chaos, the final boss guy, he can drop these things where you can put currency in for a chance to double it. So like 20 exalted reward, 20 exalted orbs, and then if you beat the whole trial, you'll get 40 exalted. And you can get them with the divine orbs too. Actually, well, I was gonna show you the breach thing. So we'll get through this room, and then we'll go through the breach thing. So this is the breach spot area. It's a good way to get breach rings.
Myself, I cannot do that with my poison build.
Yeah, but eventually you will, right? Like you'll unlock stuff or find stuff that allows you to make your skills go. Like you can probably put chains on some of your things once you get to a specific damage that you're comfortable with. And when you put chain on, it'll probably make a chain between enemies so your
I'm
poison
getting
will
better
skip
with it.
faster. It's a little easier with this character because of the spark flies everywhere, right? And then it's not even the spark that's doing the damage, it's the amulet with the lightning bolt. Like the spark is just really an initiator.
I need to get that node tree with mana cost reduced and regen.
You can get that on an amulet. Okay, so once you get through here, you get all these catalysts and breach rings. So it just gave me 4 breach rings. And then you have the boss, which I don't always get through this fight because he's got this weird ass hand move where his hand floats above you and you can't see it, and when it drops down and hits you, you die right away.
WTF is going on there?
This fucking guy and his moves, man. Nice. Okay, so you might like this. I've gotten that thing before. So what does your quiver do? because this is chaos damage. Chaos damage from hits also contributes to freeze buildup. Chaos damage from hits also contributes to electrocute buildup. Attacks gain 15% of physical damage as chaos damage. Yours, +2 to all levels of projectile skills though. And with your bow increasing the effects of your quiver by almost 300%, with your dexterity, your attack speed, and your projectile skills, that's definitely not better than what you have already. But we got 4 breach rings out of it. And all these materials.
Is more than 2 projectile on quivers?
I don't know. You'd have to check the website for that one. Yeah, I'll go take a look. Category, quiver, stab filter, projectiles, level, minimum 2, search. No, it looks like 2 is all you can get. Yeah, 2's the highest. I mean, that one's actually pretty good though, because you got the attack speed, projectile speed. Do those come with... Yeah. Let me take a look for you. What do you got on there? Attack speed. Dexterity. Let's see what we got with just those 3. So you have 30 and 16. One divine. How about them apples, bitch? What you got? What you got? That's weird. I said you were here. Oh, you want... Oh. Here, try this one. Take it. Because it might take away the 27% critical hit chance, but I'm pretty sure your poison damage doesn't go based off of critical hits. Like, it won't increase the damage of it, I don't think. The one I just gave you has increased damage with bow skills. Oh, you're trying to trade? So the 43% increased damage with bow skills is probably going to give you an increase of 43% damage onto your poison damage. No, man, keep it. Try it. Go, like, bring it into a map with your inventory. Like, leave it in your inventory. Put it on, try it, and then if you don't like it, just switch it back. It was only one divine. It's fine. I'm telling you right now, though, that increased damage with bow skills is definitely going to help, because that's 43% increased lost. Because the only thing you lose on that is projectile speed and critical hit chance. You gain 1 dexterity. It's the same amount of attack speed, same projectile, just a little bit less accuracy, more physical damage to attacks, and then that 43% damage with bow skills.
I lost like 3k damage.
You lost like 3k damage? Why? Is it because of the accuracy? Okay, hang on. That could just be your, because of your critical hit chance. So, what I need you to do, have the one you were using, okay, hover over your skill. If you click it and go to advanced info, what does the average damage, or the total damage, sorry, not the average damage per use, but the total damage? If that number is higher, then you'll be dealing more damage. But, see, that's confusing, because the only thing it's taking away from your bow is the critical hit chance.
Show me again, please.
Yeah, so
What you did.
in your skills, if you just click on the skill, it'll open up this menu here that says manage sockets, skill options, advanced info, and back. And then you can click advanced info, and it'll tell you the damages that your stuff does. Like what damage it's dealing and stuff like that. So I'm thinking it's telling you that you have lower damage per second because of the critical hit chance thing. But I'm almost positive, because your poison skills are bow skills, right? So it doesn't make sense, because that quiver increases bow skill damage by 43%. So really, and then your bow increases it by 288%. So really, 43 plus 288%. It should be an increase of 166% bow skill damage. So I don't understand why it would make your damage go down.
Which is the number that I have to look for it?
It would be your total damage.
Damage per second?
Total, it'd be the third one down, the total damage. Or even take a look at your poison. I don't know what your screen looks like on your, because yours obviously has a whole bunch of different words. You might have a poison one, or damage over time, or poison per second. You're gonna want to look at that number, your poison per second. It might be in the ailments. I'm not 100% sure how it works with poison on this screen. I mean, in theory though, like with that quiver I just gave you, plus 43% of bow skills damage. That's what I'm looking at. So really, by theory, it should increase your damage.
The other skills are getting massive boost in damage, but the main one gets less by 2 or 3k less. I will try it out.
Okay, well, hang on then. Is your main skill... Okay, so that quiver, it says increase damage with bow skills. Is your main skill a bow skill? So like if I hover over this, you see how in the top left of the description it says greater lightning bolt and then it says spell? Does your main thing say bow? Like the other ones that it's increasing the damage, it probably says bow, doesn't it? It says spell, and then underneath it, it says projectile, lightning, and duration. So anything that would increase projectile skills will upgrade this. Anything that increases lightning skills would upgrade this. Right? So your main skill, if it doesn't say bow anywhere in there, then it probably, that quiver probably doesn't upgrade it then, and it might not be worth it for you. I just thought that your main would be a bow.
It doesn't say bow, only the default one from the top.
Yeah, so then there's our problem right there, is that
Says
skill.
bow.
I think that's what our problem is then, is that skill doesn't get boosted by that quiver when I thought it would. Actually, is there quivers with chaos damage? No quivers with chaos damage. See, the reason I say you want to pay attention to levels of skills is like, for example, my wand has +5 levels of all lightning spell skills, and then my amulet has +1 level to all skills from the corruption. So I have 6 plus levels to all my lightning spells. So that's why my greater lightning bolt is level 25, which is what gives it that extra damage. If I put my old focus on, it actually goes up even more, because this focus is +2 levels of all spell skills. The only problem is I lose a massive amount of mana getting rid of my shield. So my mana's at 6,023. If I swap it out, it's at 4,018. So I lose 1,200 mana, and I lose 130 mana regen a second. Okay, but my damage on that greater lightning bolt goes up to 600,000. So I made the choice to get rid of 100,000 damage to have more mana, which is basically my energy shield, and to have more defense, because the shield grants you 25% chance to block at all times. So 3/4, so a quarter of the time that I get hit, it's gonna block it and negate the damage. And then I get raised shield with it, which is 100% block chance, but I move really slow if I'm holding my shield up. And then for casting spells, he puts the shield to the side. It's just basically showing the importance of having plus levels. And then also the importance of making sure that your plus levels isn't taking away your defense capabilities.
Can I see again that unique quiver?
Yeah.
That you got it from Breach Boss.
Oh. because your build is so dexterity based, I'm wondering if the Hands of Wisdom gloves would be good for you or not.
Looks interesting, the description about freeze and shock.
Yeah. Well, mainly because so your things would be applying freeze, which would be a good crowd control for you. Like once you freeze them, they can't really attack you for a couple seconds. And then with the shock, they would take they would take 20% increased damage from your poison because shock makes them take 20% increased damage.
I mean, everything dies instant.
But you also gotta think that's because of okay. So because your quiver has +2 levels, I actually don't know 100% if it contributes to it or not. But your bow doing the your quiver gains 288% increased bonuses. You should double check to see if that's applying to the levels of your projectile skills. Like, is your projectile skills going up by 6 levels, or is your projectile skills only going up by 2 levels? Because 288% of 2 would be 6 or 7. So if your bow is affecting the levels that you're gaining from your quiver, then switching your quiver to a quiver without levels of skills, you're gonna lose 7 levels, 6 or 7 levels on your bow skills, right?
How do I check that?
Um, so right now, my skills, you see how it says 25, level 20 in the description here, level 25, 19 levels from gem, plus 6 levels from global modifiers. So hover over your projectile skill and see if it says plus, your amulet has 3, right? So that'd be 3 and your quiver is 2, 5. So it should say +5 if your bow doesn't affect the levels of the quiver. If it does, then it'll say +10 or 11. Either +9, 10, or 11. But if it only says +5, then it doesn't affect your quiver.
It's a 13% LVLS to global modifiers and +1 LVL from support.
It says +13 levels from global modifiers.
Yes.
Yeah, so then that means that it does affect the levels that you're gaining from your quiver. So if you put on a quiver without levels on it, then you're gonna lose 10 levels. So, hover over your skill it says plus 13 levels. Go over to your quiver and pick your quiver up and put it in your inventory, and then hover back over the skill and see how many global modifier levels you get. Whatever number you're missing is how much levels your quiver gives you.
For now.
It says 4 now, so your quiver gives you 9 levels. So
My god.
yeah, so I would say it's best to stick with regular quivers with plus levels on it for now until you get to a higher level and you're more comfortable with your damage to be able to get rid of those levels, because those levels are helping you a lot. Yeah, so what I was saying yesterday too about the Trials of Chaos and the Trials of Sakama. So in the Trials of Sakama you can get all those relics I was talking about. Unique relics, whatever.
Why certain skill T go higher than 14. My skill gem called Despair is only 14. I can T go higher than that.
One sec. Why certain skill doesn't go higher than 14? My skill gem called Despair is only 14. I can't go higher than that. Despair is a curse skill.
Vulnerability is a curse that reduces enemy armor. Despair is a curse that makes your enemies
So it's a chaos and a
more vulnerable
curse.
to chaos damage.
So your
This
quiver
symbol
increases
indicates that the
projectile
monster is
skills,
resistant to chaos
so
damage,
it won't increase
while this symbol indicates
your
that they're
despair.
vulnerable.
And
Despair
your
is a curse that
amulet
makes your
increases
enemies more
projectile
vulnerable to chaos damage.
skills, so it won't increase your despair.
This symbol indicates that a monster is resistant to chaos
And then
damage.
the reason you have a +1 level from support gem is obviously from one of your support skills. So your despair doesn't have any plus levels. Because it's a curse. It's not a projectile. You said that you have to get close to people? Like you're probably like a close to a medium range, right?
Despair is a curse that makes you dark. Hex blast. Bone offering will pain.
Or is it?
Cast profane ritual on a corpse.
It's not
Sort
in
of
here.
correct.
Sort of correct. Yeah, like a close medium range. You might want to look into getting that. Yeah, I gotta get to my stash to pull up a spirit gem, unless I find a spirit gem in here. There's a spirit gem skill where you can put curses into it, and it turns into a radius of your presence rather than a casting skill. So like you would put despair in it, and it would cause all the enemies within your presence to be hit with the despair rather than having to cast it on one of them. I don't know how much spirit your character has, for one. For two, I don't know what your build depends on with spirit, but it's definitely something worth looking into, because then it'll open up other spots for you to put other things in. The only problem is, when you put the skills in that presence thing I was talking about, they lose like 50% of the magnitude or something like that. They lose strength in the curse that they apply, but it makes it easier because then you don't have to sit there and cast it.
I have it on me. It's called Contagion. I use mainly Despair for reduces chaos damage.
Okay.
For bosses.
For bosses? Okay. Yeah, I guess that would be better for bosses. Then you get the full effect of it. It would probably be easier for like mobs, like doing maps and stuff would probably be better to have that on your thing, the contagion thing.
I mainly use my carnivore flower and the gas bombs.
Okay. It just sucks. I can only help you build to a certain extent because I don't know the skills and stuff of the ranger character. I only know the monk and the bloodmage. And I haven't done anything to do with major chaos damage.
What
Since
else that breach boss drops?
the breach boss, well, every single unique boss that I told you about, they all have their specifically locked items that they drop. So your breach boss there, he can drop the quiver. Um, he can drop a pair of gloves called Hands of Wisdom, furtive wraps. He can drop a jewel, a unique jewel, and I think he can drop a shitty pair of boots. There's also a boss I forgot to tell you about that's in the maps. There's a maps boss where you gotta find 3 different citadels, and they all have fragments from the bosses on those citadel maps. So you get 3 different
Who
fragments.
drops those uncut skill gems 20?
You get those from like regular enemies, and well, you can get those from bosses too, but they only really show up around level 82 and 83 monster maps. Okay, so last time I killed these guys with my mob support, this is with my boss support. So it kills them like a little bit more faster. My game's lagging out a bit. So like level 20 skill gem drops are hard to find because you have to like go and do really high level maps and stuff. And they're like a rare drop. I'm pretty sure that they sell for a divine.
Do you know what's the percent of the people that plays Pathfinder class?
Well, I have no idea. Not a lot of people, that's for sure. Majority of people go towards like the monk character.
2%.
2%. Yeah, majority of people go for the monk character or the sorceress. See, when I played Path of Exile 1, I did the witch character, like I'm doing now. They had a skill in there, which is basically like this arc skill that I use, which would cast a lightning bolt. What the fuck? Which would cast a lightning bolt that would chain through enemies, okay? So, in Path of Exile 1, I could put a wand in both hands, okay? The same wand in both hands. So really, if this game was like the first one, I would be able to have plus 5 levels of lightning skills on this hand and plus 5 lightning levels on that hand, and I would have plus 10 levels, and that'd be fucking insane. In this one, they don't allow you to hold the same wand in both hands. So, um, when I made this character, that was my intent. Like, I wanted to get, like, right from the start, before learning anything about the game, I wanted to be that Witch Lightning build again. Find out I can't be it. So, at first, I was doing Spark without the amulet. Okay, I had a +3 projectile levels as my amulet. So I was using my Spark as my crowd control, and then I had another wand and another focus. So I had this lightning wand and a lightning focus, and then I had a physical spells wand and a physical spells focus. And I was using Bone Storm for bosses and Spark for crowd control. And it was actually working really nice. I think if I would have continued with it, it would have been a nice, unique build. Because when you get your weapon set passive skills, you can choose to go 2 different routes in your passive tree, right? So, for example, say I wanted to get to this physical, but like if I take away this stuff with the elemental damage, then I'm going to lose a lot of damage on my Spark. So what you can do is you can make these nodes, you can turn them into weapon set 1 or weapon set 2, okay? And when you do that, it opens up the ability to be able to have it so that, like, when I'm holding this wand, the passive tree is opened on my elemental damage. And then if I switch weapons, which I can't because I don't have another weapon in my... If I were to have my wand in the number 1 slot, and I swap my build over to the number 1 slot, then it would make all my skills, instead of being attached to the elemental, it would attach them to the physical. I know that was kind of confusing because I'm kind of stoned, but like you can set it so that what number you're holding is what way your passive tree goes.
Makes sense.
So like in your example, you can actually take the same bow, okay? So you have your bow in your main, and then put the same bow, like go find another one, put it in that one, and then get 2 different quivers. You can make 1 quiver for when you're fighting bosses and 1 quiver for when you're dealing with a lot of enemies. You know what I mean? And then you can even set your tree up so that your skills for your bosses are dealing like probably more chaos damage, right? And then your skills for your groups of enemies, you would want like, I don't know, like more defense or something. However you would want to roll it. But it's just, so that's just another thing that's in the game. So you can run 2 builds. And it's as simple as, like so my R1, I'm on PlayStation, so my R1 button does my Spark, and my L1 button raises my shield, okay?
2 different loadouts with different passive skill tree.
Yes. You lose a little bit of flexibility with the points, though. Like, it's kind of hard to explain on the spot, but, like, say all these skills up here were part of number 1, and then say I had a whole bunch of skills right here part of number 2, I wouldn't be able to put the 24 points over here. Like, I would lose 24 spots. That doesn't really sound right. So I have 24 overall. I would have to take 24 points off of this tree to apply my 24 weapon set. It would be easier to do it than to just explain it, but So I was doing physical in one and lightning in the other. And where I was going with the shield thing and how easy it would be is you can go into your skills. Yeah, see, look, it's already doubled my amulet. Um, say I wanted my arc. So you go to skill options. And right here it says used with weapon set 1 or 2, right? So like I would set that so it's only used in weapon set 2. And then say my spark, I wanted, or no, the arc I wanted to be in weapon set 1, then I would set it to weapon set 1, okay? So now when I cast my spark, it would be in weapon set 2 because it's part of weapon set 2. And when I would cast my arc, you see how you put the things away right away? So it automatically switched over to number 2. So like that's how easy it is to switch between builds and make your passive tree switch between nodes with just a click of a button rather than opening the menu and switching the build manually. You just set the skill and it switches. So I had my spark on R1 and then I had my physical on my other one. And it would just instantly like physical spark, physical spark. I did though, I will say though, I did eventually give up on that, mainly because I got tired of trying to contribute to two
Is it
different
possible to do it
damage
together,
types.
this trial thing for double rewards, or it's just only one drop for both of us?
For double rewards? No, it's like, so, yeah, so whatever would drop, regardless of you being here or not, or being in a party or not. If you increase your party size, it kinda does increase the rewards, but like more of, like you get more enemies rather than more. It's hard to explain. Like when you do maps and shit in parties, there's more enemies. They're stronger. They have more health. They deal more damage. But they give that like increases drop rate, but it doesn't increase quantity. What's a better way to explain it? Like there's more enemies, but the enemies still have the same base drop rate. So like in reality, you have more chances for something to drop, but you don't. Like it's like the same drop rate, just more enemies. And for that applying to like the final boss, right? So you can't have more than one final boss, so we're still gonna have the same drop chance.
I
know what I
looking
mean?
into my passive tree and next to the ingenuity node I say that is mana regen there. I need those points.
Looking in the passive tree and next to the ingenuity node, I say that is mana regen there. I need those points.
I saw asterisk.
Ingenuity node. I don't know which one the ingenuity node is. Which one's the ingenuity node?
That rainbow one on top.
Oh. Yeah. There's mana regen here. Yeah, like I said again too, you just go into your search button and type in mana regeneration. And then everything with mana regeneration is gonna start blinking. See how there's all the white ones? If you came from down here, getting up to here is gonna take a lot of your skill points. There is this one right here, which would be better for you. I don't know if you have that already or not, but you have reduced mana cost for skills and mana regen right here, kind of by where you are. Wow, you have like no mana regen down there.
I came from far right. Where are those chaos nodes?
Did you come down out here? Or did you come out on this top right one?
Yes.
So I thought the archer came out from down here. Chaos node, so it definitely came out this side, is what you're saying.
The archer thing.
You get like a lot of movement speeds and skill speeds. These ones would help you, because you said that you needed energy shield too. Don't do that one though, because it'll take away your mana. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. You gotta just like, try to efficiently make your way to where you gotta go to.
I do not have the points for that.
Don't have the points for that. And when I say efficiently, like sometimes, how do I explain it? So like right here, 1, 2, 3, and I'm over here, okay?
To go
So
the
now,
path.
okay, I see what you mean. So I only need 3 points, 1, 2, 3, to connect this corner right here, okay? So I could easily go and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I could get 15 points taking away just this little section right here. put those 3 points in right here, and then now I can use those 12 points wherever I want, right? So you kind of want to plan your route, like, specifically to what you need. Another thing is though, one of my mistakes was that I put too much time into worrying about my tree and stuff, rather than just putting in the time to get the points. So, like, putting an amount of time into trying to fix your build could potentially be just taking you longer in the long run, because if you just go and get the levels, or get to a comfortable level and then worry about it, then it's a little easier, because you also getting the gold to be able to screw around with your build. If it costs something like 300,000 or 400,000 gold coins just to take all my points off right now. Same with the gear thing. I don't know. I feel like I wasted a lot of time looking for better gear when I could have just went out looking for it myself and found it. Because the last time I found an incense relic in here, it was only worth 90 div. And that 90 divine was gone in like 2 days. See, my problem is, I keep telling myself, I want to save I want to save up enough to be able to buy that Temporalis armor, and it's like 300 to 400 divine for a Temporalis armor, okay? Like, and that's the low prices. Right now I'm at like 60 divine. I'll get to a point where I get bored of trying to farm stuff for divine, and then I'll go and spend the divine on stupid shit like breach stones and shit like that. And then I just keep setting myself further and further back. Surprised I haven't gotten the movement speed yet. Come on, movement speed, movement speed. Nothing. Nothing. No movement speed. Unreal. Hopefully I can kill him before he goes in the ground or I'm screwed. So the final boss has this stupid move where he goes in the ground and spawns these 6 little bells. And you have to go and collect all the 6 little bells to get them to come out of the ground. And you have a timer to do it. And he slows your movement speed down by the second while you're trying to get the bells. And if you don't get all the bells in time, he comes out of the ground and pokes you in the forehead and you die. And if you don't have the hare's foot with the 40% increased movement speed, then there's a very low chance that you actually get all 6.
Against the shackles of fate, you saw desire.
Nice, we got this.
That is not fun at all.
No, it's not. They gave us a vase relic. Of course, it's not a 20. Why would it be a 20? Let's get a spectrum. You get these time lost in here too. No good. Some of them go for a decent amount of divine. And no spectrum. Nothing. Not even gonna waste my time with the relics. I guess we gotta go clean this out there. You could also farm trials of Sakamas in the way of getting to the third room, like finishing the boss. You can sell the token for a divine. What is that? It's not worth it. Nothing. Alright, the fuck. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, we can probably get away with 2.
I am live on Twitch to show you real quick my passive tree.
Alright, one sec.
MG88ZX10R.
Alright, I'm here. Nice, okay, so you come out the bottom there. I thought you came out on the top right one. Okay, I see what you're doing. And then you said that your stats are evasion and energy shield, or just evasion? I'm wondering if you should look more to here. Look. So, for example, if you so I went with having only energy shield on my boots, and for a bit I was running only energy shield on my helmet, and I did my evasion from my armor and my one ring and the ingenuity belt, so that I could have some energy shield as well as keep my evasion. And then you might be able to swap out those energy shield nodes that you had going on the far left. You might be able to put those towards your mana regen. You know what I mean? Like, rather than just prioritize evasion and energy shield for all your equipment, maybe prioritize energy shield on a couple pieces. That way you can get some more in there, if that helps. I forgot about this map. Laggy as shit.
I will farm the levels for those points.
You'll farm the levels for those points. You'll also get more energy shield the further you get in the game and unlock find better equipment, right? Like right now you're still kind of like in the beginning of your end game equipment. So you'll find better gear as you go.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I've probably spent like over 100 divines and just screwing around, switching equipment, finding better equipment. Like, it's a never-ending battle. So you're pretty still early on. You'll
What
be
do
able
you
to get
expect
where
from
you
a
want.
player that has played for only 2 weeks and
Look, I'm lagging right out. This map makes me lag out. I don't know why it's this map. Love that when nothing falls out. Nothing fell out of that guy too. Is the stream still on? Or does it lag right off? Yeah, we're good.
so you said that breach rings would help me with my chaos situation?
Yeah, well, mainly. So what people don't understand is like these breach rings, you can get the 50% quality on it, right? So like, take this for example, this prismatic ring, +9 to all elemental resistances. So if I go and put an elemental thing on it, like the quality. I can only get the 20%. So my plus 9 to all elemental resistances is only going to go up by 20%. But if that plus 9 of all elemental resistances was on a breach ring, then it would go up 50%, right? So like instead of going up 1.8, it's going to go up 4.5. You know what I mean? So like if you can get increased chaos damage on a breach ring, and then you can put your, like I'm pretty sure you can get up to a max of 30 on the increase of damages. So if you can get increased chaos damage by 30% and then hit it with another 50%, that's 45% increased chaos damage. And then it's just the other stats that are on it too that really help. You don't even have to go for crit. You could get the one with a plus 30 chaos damage, and then get one that has like, it also has like increased mana regen, right? And then hit it with the mana qualities. Like that's how I have 90% increased mana regen on this one, because it's got the mana modifier on it. And then same with this one, 102% increased mana regen because I got the mana modifier. Like this ring right here, I don't need that +2 to all attributes, and I don't need the increased rarity items found. But trying to find another breach ring with just 100% increased mana regen rate, 253 mana, and 27% increased lightning damage, people are charging like 15 to 20 divine just for those 3 stats. And then again, the rest of them will be something stupid like I have here, like +2 to all attributes and 8% increased rarity items found. So it's better. That's why I'm saying it's probably better to just go look for it yourself. Try and find some breach rings that'll be better, because trying to buy a breach ring that's specific with specific things that you need is guaranteed. Like everybody's selling it for 20 to 30 divine. It's annoying. Yeah, like you could find a breach ring with the same mana, same elemental resistance, um, and with chaos damage instead with a higher. You could actually probably find a better topaz ring with a higher chaos damage. You still have just those two, right? You haven't corrupted anything yet? Like take any chances and corrupt it? Because sometimes when you corrupt things, you can get better things on it. Like, for example, like this Moria Invictus Grand Regalia. Okay, so this chest armor you get from killing the Arbiter in the maps. He's like the map boss Arbiter.
No, I'm afraid.
So, well, this, and you have every right to be afraid, because it sucks when it goes wrong, right? So, if you go and get this armor, it comes with 4 um, armor pieces already on it, base. And then when you corrupt it, you have a chance for it to gain a 5th slot. And it's amazing to get the 5th slot on this armor piece, because in the stats right there, it increases maximum mana per socketed rune or soul core, and then plus 10% to all elemental resistances per socketed rune or soul core. So if I only had the 4 like I have down here, it doesn't really do much with 4. Like it still does its job, but with 5 I get more to that armor, right? And it's the same thing with my shield. I have 596% increase effect of socketed soul cores. So that base comes with only 2, right? So corrupting it gave me a 3rd one, therefore increasing that that shield by massive amounts. Because now I have, instead of only 4% maximum mana times 596%, I have 6% maximum mana times 596%. And then you can get other added stats to your things as well. Like, my amulet got the +1 level of all skills. My rings got +13 to strength. The helmet gave me an extra slot. The gloves gave me an extra slot. And the boots gave me an extra slot. The wand didn't give me anything when I corrupted it. I've had this wand for a really long time. Mainly because trying to find a wand with higher stats than this, everybody wants 100 divine. And then I'm just like you. I'm scared to corrupt this belt. So the belt I gave you, it has 62 or 64%. That actually had 72% on it before I corrupted it. And when I corrupted it, it lowered it to 62 and put that immune to maim thing on there, or whatever was on there. So really, I mean, corrupting it can go either way, right? You can corrupt it and come out with a god item, or you can corrupt it and it comes out like garbage. Or you can corrupt it and it does nothing at all too, right? There's also that, where it doesn't do anything at all. And then you can corrupt everything. So, right there. So you get positives, and you get negatives.
I tried to search for a breach ring the same stats like mine from right side, nothing. I will keep my current ones.
You'll keep your current ones. Well, I mean, you can take away a stat or move a stat. Because you also got to think, yeah. What did you have? Fire and cold, cold and lightning. So, if you got a breach ring with 40% fire resistance on it, then yeah, I guess it would be about the same because you're not going to upgrade it with fire. You're not going to upgrade that with cold. Yeah, I guess. It's up to you entirely. I would look for a different topaz ring though. You look at your emerald ring, you have 28% increased chaos damage, and then your topaz ring, you only have 8%. But your topaz ring, you have a lot of elemental resistance on it. See my two rings, I only have fire resistance on this and chaos resistance on this.
I will look for another topaz. That's a good call.
can get a map boss on that here. There's some nice tower set up over here, but oh shit. You want to look for rays of light in your fog and try to get to it, because that's a citadel. I don't know if actually I don't think they'd be unlocked yet for you until you complete all your quests with Doriani, unless you've completed them.
Bless you, sir.
Did you find a better one? Oh, I think you did like me.
Nah.
Thanks, man. What I really want is a mirror of Palandra to drop. For how much time I put into the game, I deserve one. Take a wild guess on how many kills my character has and how much time he's played.
$100 hours into Path of Exile 2.
I don't know. Might be close to that. Check. I've played for 34 days, 22 hours, 26 minutes, and 56 seconds on this character. age. My character was created 104 days ago. And kills? I've killed 1,061,000 monsters. And then I got over 1,000 deaths. 1,078 times I've died. Insane, right? And I've never seen a Mirror of Calandra. 34 days of gameplay.
I found a topaz for 1 divines with 23% chaos damage and I will lose a bit of mana.
Okay. Does it have more mana regen now?
Should I take it?
Did you have mana regen on yours?
Nothing.
You didn't have mana regen? Can you afford to lose any resistance? Like, in your resistance panel, right here, where it shows the 4 of them, it says a number in the brackets, okay? So you just gotta remember that you need to have 75. So anything over 75 doesn't do anything, alright? So it's useless once it's past
I
75.
cannot lose any race.
You can't lose any res? Like, at all? Like, so this is what I'm getting at, like, those minor percentages. So, like, say you're at, I don't know, 83, okay? That would mean that you have the ability to lose 8% of your fire resistance. So, like, if you're searching for stuff on the trade market, you can put your specific number that you need it to be 8 less than what you need, is what I'm saying. Like, or if you're cold, for example, or you're lightning, is like just that couple percentages over, just make sure that you put that, because, I mean, it only needs to be 75, right? You can't go any further unless you increase your maximum thing, but you can only do that to a max of like 5%, I think. But, basically, if you can afford to lose 1 or 2% to still be at 75, then it's worth it, because some people will have it marked on the market for like 1 or 2% lower than what you need, right? Like, what I'm saying is don't break the 75, but I'm sure that you have something, you might be just 1 or 2 over, and you can just put the number 1 or 2 lower to try to find it, right? What was your topaz ring? Was it, what's the top one? Your accuracy. Okay, little heads up for you. It doesn't have to be a topaz ring. I mean, you have that 160% increase accuracy rating. Wait. No, never mind. I was looking at the emerald. I was gonna say the emerald one. If it was the emerald. Never mind, cancel that. If it was the emerald one, I was gonna say you only have the accuracy rating. It doesn't have to be a topaz, but you said that you're close on resistances, so you need a topaz for your lightning resistance. You have to make sure you keep an eye on the one that you go to buy. It has the 20. If your lightning resistance is right at 75, you got to make sure that the top one is 20 and the bottom one is 39, right? Because the top number can come in different, like 20 to 30%. So if you got a 30% on top and a 13% on the bottom, it would still be the same. Or no, 29% because of the 10% difference. Nice double breach. Triple breach. there another breach? Is this a 5 breacher? I see some purples over here. It is. There's 4. Only 4? I doubt it. There's a 5th one somewhere. It doesn't come in force. See, it sucks when it's in tight corners like this, because the monsters don't really spawn if you stay by the breeze. There's loot everywhere. I'll show you at the end what it looks like without the loot filter.
It's about time.
Uh-oh. It's breaking. That's not good. I'm pretty sure we have one more breach, don't we? No? That's it? Oh, wait. Here's what it looks like without the loot filter. We'll go back over where we killed all those enemies. It starts to get all, like, stuck together once all the names come in. See how they're sticking together? And then it's like next level impossible to loot anything. See all the names stuck together?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it? Um, if you want, you can come in here and pick up whatever you want. I don't know if it'll stay um, once I leave. But all the loot starts sticking together. See the names? Once they touch each other, it's over. They're like stuck in this weird loop of being stuck to each other. So then when you're trying to pick shit up, it makes it hard. Nice. Good shit. See, I hate these tight areas because they don't give you much.
All part of my plan. Holy shit.
The support gem that breaks armor is awesome.
Is it? Yeah. Oh, what's that? I ain't never seen that before. Ah, mamma mia. What other games you play, man? You play any other grindy games?
Yeah, I played over 7K hours The Division 2.
The Division? Nice. That's like that, like a war game. Tom Clancy. Wasn't Tom Clancy the Splinter Cell franchise back in the day too?
That is correct.
I'm pretty sure Tom Clancy was also Splinter Cell. It was a Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon. I think that's what it was. It wasn't Splinter Cell. They've been making games for like a really long time. I didn't just fucking find his helmet, did I? No.
All the trilogy from the Tom Clancy.
Yeah. I played their games back when I was a kid. I never did play the newer one though. Or newer one. Like the last Tom Clancy I played was probably back in like 2005. By the way, you know you can upgrade these boxes, right? You just hold the button, and then it'll let you apply currency to it.
Didn't T know that?
Yeah, not a lot of people catch that right away. And it's good to upgrade them because you can get stuff like +2 to levels of items. You can get plus quantity, plus rarity. Um, box will contain a unique item. That's it. That's all I got from this map, boss.
How useful.
Huh.
Scammed? XD.
Yeah, literally. So now, everything that comes out is going to have 15% quality and 171% more rarity. And of course, it's all made stuff. Trying to get over to this citadel over here. It's got me running in circles. I wonder if I should do this so I can see where to go. Yeah, let's do it. here. So you see, okay, so now that I've paused in the middle of getting critical hits and stuff, and getting damage, you see how much damage the greater lightning bolt does once I got all my buffs going from killing enemies and getting critical hits? It's at 914,000. So it's another thing you want to look at in your skill tree is looking for things that increase your damage after you get a critical hit or after you kill an enemy. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, perfect. I can get this from here. Wow, I'm surprised that there's so many towers that are near that. Is this one touching it? I might be able to get like 4 or 5 divine out of this. Look, there's another one here. Oh boy, we might be in for some fun. So basically, that thing I'm trying to get to, it's called a citadel, and in there is a boss that's going to drop one of the 3 fragments that I need, or that everybody needs, to go fight the Arbiter of Ash. If you set up your towers, like you can get precursor maps where it has increased quantity of waystones dropped. Okay. So basically the fragment that you get from the boss in the Citadel is a waystone. Okay. So if you set up towers nearby the Citadel where you get increased quantity of waystones dropped, and then you use a map that has like really high increased quantity of waystones dropped, you can get the Citadel boss to drop multiple fragments of the waystone, like for the Arbiter Ash, and each fragment goes for, well, depending on the fragment, can go for a divine to 2 divine per fragment. So basically, if you set it up right and you do one of those citadels, you can get a fragment for yourself to hold on to for when you get to there, and you can get a whole bunch to sell. Everything's about quantity in this game. A lot of people get it
I
mixed
got
up.
you.
A lot of people get it mixed up and they think it's about rarity, but because it's all random number generation, it's better to have more chances at getting something rare than it is uh, less chances to get more rare, if that makes sense. Like, I'm increasing my chances at a chance to get a rare item rather than increasing my rare item finding chances. And it's more because I used to play with this one guy. He hasn't been online in a couple months, but he ran a build that had plus 300% increased rarity of items found, like on his gear, just on his equipment. And he ran a few maps and didn't find one divine orb, didn't find anything worth keeping. And then he switched it all back to his regular build, and he ended up finding a couple divine orbs, and that's when we realized, well, clearly it's not about how much rarity you got, it's about how much quantity. I can't refresh it again. I'm actually kind of not really a fan of this map because it's so fucking huge and the layout is different every time. I kind of wish they would just show you where all the bosses are on the minimap right away in the beginning. have a line going to each other. That is perfect. Damn, man, with you as my witness, I might actually make it to level 95 for once. I'm really surprised I haven't died yet. Like sometimes there'll be a group of enemies that just like stun locks me. Like they just keep hitting me one after another,
I
and
will catch you up as soon as possible if I can.
catch me up as soon as possible if you can. Oh, you taking off for a bit or something? I'm confused. That's like a lot of rare enemies in one spot. No. That's insane. You don't see this very often. It has almost every single infliction on it, and I haven't even touched it. All I need to put on it is a breach. That's insane. And there's another citadel right over here. Holy shit. Raking in the dough today.
Hello there.
Already gone. How would it be in the market? Oh, you're fast. That guy was like the fastest salesman I have ever dealt with.
That one didn't hit it. Going for it. Go big or go home.
Got my ass whooped in one citadel.
Got your ass whooped in one citadel. I'm going big or going home. I had 3 towers touch it. I thought I was gonna have 4. And I hit them all with quantity of waystones. Holy shit. And then I used a 495% quantity of waystone map. So right now I have 800% increased quantity of waystones. So if I get to the boss and kill the boss, he's gonna drop 8 fragments. That's the theory. That's what people say with the quantity of waystones and the citadels. %. That's 8 times the waystone. And they say that the fragments that the bosses drop are waystones. Trying to play it safe. There's the boss fight. My adrenaline's kind of like pumping. My heart's racing a little bit. So I really don't want to die in there. I know it's going to probably happen. I always get killed by the dumbest shit. All the way at the beginning. I found another one of those gloves that you use. I haven't identified it and pimped it out yet. But I'll identify it and pimp it out and corrupt it and see if it's better than the ones you got. Okay. Moment of truth. Do we get 8 waystones or not? This is a hard fight too.
You cannot stop us. We will take the power that we deserve.
We got 3 of them instead of 8 of them. Let's just take the loot filter off for a second.
Nice G. GG.
Nice. Yeah. 3 of them's not so bad. Kind of a waste though. Could have put different things on those towers. Because I got 3 before when I just used the regular map, so it doesn't matter. That I guess that doesn't apply from the towers. Because now I got increased quantity of waystones on all these fucking things, rather than something good. But there's another citadel right here. I'm gonna try to get to. There's a map right here. I didn't even put anything on it yet, and it had all these afflictions on it. I kind of wanted to put a breach on it, but it's too late now. I would have to get to this tower and do breach. I guess I can leave it alone. Rust Bowl's a decent map too. So yeah, I'll just go this route over to my tower. see how to get there. What time is it where you're at? Because I noticed you're on at different times. Let's see.
Is almost 1 a.m.
Almost 1 a.m. Holy. So you get 1 for 1 with these. I'll keep 1. Put this in here. For the next one, we'll get 2. Almost 1 a.m. It's only 7:30 in the afternoon here. Oh. Is that a cowboy hat? What the heck? I ain't never seen no cowboy hat before. That's cool. See, one thing I wish I could get is more movement speed on my character, but I can't really get much more movement speed. too far over there. Alright, I'm gonna check out those gloves I found. See if I can pimp them out. Are you still? You're still on the game, right? Yeah. You want to tag your gloves in the chat when you get a second? So I can see. Percent and 23%. I got 4 and 21. I got 50 and 49. Should lose a couple percent. But hang on here, good sir. And you did craft those gloves too. Oh. I didn't have 20. I had exactly enough. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, never mind. Because sometimes it can increase the stats, so you could have got like a more attack speed on it. Why does it have to be so far over there?
Good try though.
Yeah. Oh, still far ways to go.
Alright, good sir, I will see you tomorrow sometime.
Oh, my bad, man. I got fucking zoned up my phone. Alright, man. I
Is
appreciate
late
you coming
here.
by the stream. Yeah, no problem, man. I'll hop on this tomorrow, and I'll help you out a bit tomorrow, too. Okay? Have a good sleep, man.
Sure thing, man. Same to you there.
Yeah, man. 100%. Thanks. I think I'm gonna go play something else for a little bit.